There we go. Ads are going to be starting soon. So as people trickle in, I know. Bit better positioning there. Let's see, I'm just getting prepped right now because people are trickling in and we're gonna have starter ads. I'm just gonna switch my bits out right now real quick. Gonna use this bit to start with for prep. This nifty little gadget here, I have it plugged into my multi-head USB adapter, is for when you're using your e-file, which I have a much better e-file now, and it pulls the dust into a filter so that it's not like floating around the room, getting into your lungs. I am going to wear a paper mask anyway because I have them, and why take the risk, even with the filter? But this should help to also protect the other residents of the house. Audio's working. How am I sounding to you, Amalga? Am I okay for you? I can adjust my microphone position a little bit. I may need to get a new microphone. I think BabyCat has damaged this one a little bit. Sounding all right? Yes, anything with it, even things that don't necessarily have a strong smell, you want to make sure you have proper ventilation and wear a mask, because just because it doesn't stink doesn't mean it's not putting volatile organic compounds into the air that you're breathing. Mm-hmm. Anyway, sorry for that horrible noise just now. I was just taking my headphones off so that I could put the mask on my ears. And going to drill up here. I'm going to get rid of this stand. I thought this stand would make things easier, but it's making things harder. Dang motion center light. That was funny. Didn't Louis Rossman say something about filtration being especially necessary? Yeah, because of the vapors from the solder and stuff, and a lot of the chemicals that he uses. Anyway. Oops. Gonna change out my bit here. And I'm going to start by taking the polish off of this hand and shaping the nails a bit. There's not really a more or less dangerous to it, Maggie. It's all going to give you lung cancer. It's just which type. I'm going to go with maybe 10K. Make sure my filter's on. sure I have proper lighting. Good lighting is essential. Put the light up there so it's shining down on the workstation. That's better. Changing plans, it's going to take forever with this bit. I'm just going to put a stiffer grip band on my mini mandrel. Got a 180 on it right now because I was doing fine work. I'm going to switch it with an 80. That's better. So, love cat mini mandrel there. Sorry, microphone just popped my head. Weird remark by an old friend crept into your head as you were watching, marveling at how much work goes into nail art. Yeah? He was a Reiki specialist who was taking training to become an esthetician, and she said that with all the science that goes into everything from color theory, clean theory to chemistry, nail art, being a bimbo is hard. I like that. Being a bimbo is hard. And you know, she's not wrong. Especially if when you are an intelligent person and actually understanding, yeah, go ahead and work out live stream. That's fine. You know, this is going to be, at least for the first little bit, it's going to be mostly auditory anyway, because there's not anything really exciting happening visually until I actually start the art. But yeah, if you're actually like understanding what you're doing, then yeah, being a bimbo, quote unquote, like it takes some brains. To be able to do it without wrecking your health, especially physical or mental. People always look at me weird, for example, when I talk about how Paris Hilton is actually probably blisteringly intelligent. Like, she comes off as a dumb blonde, right? But she is such a shrewd businesswoman. I don't like the fact that she's dumbed herself down for her character, but I don't fault her for using her beauty to get her where society wouldn't let her brains get her. Mm-hmm. See, I'm not paying attention to the nail tutorial people and racing my hand while I'm e-filing. And now, see, now I'm a lot more stable. At least physically. I'm never quite mentally stable. You always got to brace with your pinky when you're using your e-file. I am doing a little bit of reshaping of some of these nails as well. A couple of them that do have some length added were not sculpted as well as I would have preferred. But I am still learning sculpted nails. That's why I'm not doing full sculpted nails for this. No, it's definitely on the top side. Why am I not hitting this pocket of color product here? There we go. The hard shell has to be naked before I start. We've been learning a lot from videos about the dangers of HEMA and TPO. Do I want to do a Know Your Risk mini lecture? So I'm not super qualified to speak on it, but there's a lot of research out there about molecules like HEMA and HPMA and TPO and how they can cause allergic reactions. And there are ways to reduce your risk. One is by not using cheap nail products, especially ones from like Temu that are coming from overseas. And if you are going to break that rule, especially if you're like using cheaper products because you're learning, there are ways to mitigate but not eliminate the risk of developing an allergy. And acrylate allergies are extremely serious. If you develop an acrylate allergy, it limits your options in surgeries because they can't use certain glues, certain medical glues. It limits obviously your ability to do nail art because gel and acrylic and dip all contain acrylates. The molecules, it has to do with how small they are. Like they can actually absorb into your skin and your nail plate and then stick around in your system and basically cause allergies through overexposure. The number one thing that you can do when working with acrylates for nail art is to just avoid getting it on your skin. If you're doing nail art for other people, you can wear gloves. You can use barriers. You can use latex barrier like nail polish. If you're not also allergic to latex, I'm allergic to latex, so that's not an option for me. There are also things you can do, like using a product that's less likely to cause an allergy as a base layer. Like I use my hard shell because it is less likely to cause an allergy than some of the cheaper nail products that I'm using while I'm learning. You can avoid the cheaper products altogether, which is honestly the sensible option. Or, there's things you can do. And I am taking the amount of precaution that I feel is reasonable for my situation. But everybody has a different level of risk assessment and different things that they should consider when doing their risk assessment and deciding what is an acceptable level of risk for them. So, like I said, I'm not super qualified. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a doctor. But do your research and make your decision from an educated standpoint. Listen to people who have developed allergies. Listen to people who have worked with these products for years and follow the safety protocols if you're going to do this. I looked into the risks because I have a lot of allergies to begin with before I started doing this. And I actually do gel nails and have decided that this is an acceptable risk for me because I want pretty nail art, but I'm allergic to regular nail polish. And gel does not cause a reaction for me, which is apparently not super common. Usually you react to gel, not to regular polish, but I just had to be the special one out. But you can be allergic to anything. It's just that you're more likely to develop an allergy to these smaller moleculed substances, the HEMA, EPO, HPA, HPMA, whatever it's called. There is risk involved in anything, and you cannot eliminate all risk, but there are things that you can do to make it less likely that that risk is going to be a significant issue. It's not a guarantee. Nothing in life is ever guaranteed. Captions aren't there? Why are my captions not working? Hello, computer. Hello, computer. Why are you being a dick, computer? Okay, are they there now? I think I Okay, are we back? OBS needs to choke on a bag of dicks.
Excuse me.
What?
You've got deliveries.
I don't give a shit about deliveries right now.
Okay, where do you want me to put them?
Somewhere.
Okay.
I'm working.
Okay.
Alright, now this pan doesn't have any product on it, so it should go a lot faster. Just got to prep and smooth out these nails. I had to reapply the hard gel layer on this hand last night. And since everybody was asleep, I didn't want to run my e-file. So I did all my shaping and smoothing by hand, and it shows. Yeah, I was waiting for them before streaming because I didn't want exactly the interruption that just happened. But then it was going to take too long, so I was like, fuck it, just don't interrupt me when it comes, and you interrupted me when it came. Anyway. Never mind, don't worry about it now, Maggie, it's too late. Just bear in mind that the reason I usually wait to see if we're going to get deliveries on days when I'm expecting them is because I don't want to be interrupted while I'm streaming. You don't like getting interrupted when you're working. I don't like getting interrupted when I'm working. It's very normal to not want to be interrupted while working. At least I was already paused because of the technical difficulties at the time. That was odd. Is that a little choo-choo train I hear out there? A little train named Baby Cat? Will you be a polite kitten and leave Maggie's mouse and keyboard alone, please, Baby Cat? Be a good baby cat when Mama's working. Hey, Gray, how are you doing? There we go. Finally got that buffed out. Been doing cable management all day. Oh, that sounds like fun. I did all this sculpting by hand last night so I wouldn't wake everybody up with the electric file. And I think maybe I just should have taken the chance with waking people up, because now it's definitely showing that I didn't use the proper tool. Oh yeah, get an electric file for your Warhammer models. I am not even kidding. I used this to polish a set of doll eyes the other days. You hate customers that don't understand a mess of cables leads to anxiety. My own cable management leads to anxiety, and I know better. I just hate doing it. But yes, an electric file. I got this one from Temu, of all places. You're gonna look for it under the name electric file, e-file, or nail drill. Because the original electric files were modified dental drills back in the 80s. But yeah, I used this thing with a polishing bit to polish a pair of doll eyes the other day. And it was so much faster to get the job done without going too fast and then damaging the doll eyes than I could ever accomplish with my Dremel. Use a lot of Temu stuff anyway, yeah, obviously. You're gonna get that metal clay and make your own custom Warhammer models, like, yeah. Have a weird bump in this one from the hand shaking. There we go. That's done now. Get in here. This one. This is going to take longer than usual because I have to file it down pretty thin before I put the tips over to do the nail art. Family cat is so nipped up she can't even sit on the windowsill. That just means she's had the right amount. Don't be like me and hold your e-file like this. That's not secure at all, but it's the only way I can do it. This is the proper way. But it's harder to do it this way when you're working on yourself. It's way easier to do with two hands. And that's why you're not supposed to do it that way. Embrace my finger on the filter itself. That's an acceptable shape and thickness. Do this one. And then I can clean up and get onto the actual nail work. Just being extra careful around the cuticle areas, because that's the easiest place to mess up when you're first beginning. You can see it bucking there because there's a little bit of spillage into the sidewall that I need to file down, that I really should have gotten to last night. I didn't. I was having trouble with my pinky nail last night, so this one's a little thick. Just gonna try to fix the thickness problem here at the end. Alright. We finally got a mental diagnosis: chronic generalized anxiety and depression. Ooh, that's a great combo. Note the sarcasm. That's the sound of personal experience. But having a diagnosis will not necessarily make things easier, but at least make things make a little bit more sense. Alright, I'm done with that for now. Got some rubbing alcohol in a dish here. I'm just going to take I'm going to take my mask down so I can breathe. Zoloft is a gift from baby Jesus. I feel you there. Medication can make all the difference when it's actually needed. The purpose of the rubbing alcohol after the e-file is to find all the little cuts that you put into your cuticle by mistake. No, I'm just kidding. It's to clean and sanitize, but ouch! Still applied for disability going this week for the exam. Good luck. I mean it. Like, good luck. You're gonna need luck. You're gonna need perseverance. Worst thing that could happen is they tell you to fuck off. They told me to fuck off the first time, and I still couldn't walk after my car accident when I applied. It got reinstated pretty quick, but that was a tense couple of weeks. I don't strictly need nail dehydrator over the protective hard gel layer. I'm gonna do it anyway, just because the small bit of acetone in the nail dehydrator will etch the hard gel a little bit more. And I want to make sure that this art lasts, since BabyCat's birthday party is next week. That's why there's no stream next week. Well, at least they automatically reopened it and sent you the paperwork you needed. Are we back? We're not going to have captions today unless you use the captions that are built into Twitch. It's just not working, and OBS, the captions keeps crashing, and then OBS crashes. Okay. So we're just not going to have hard captions today. It's alright. Okay. Now I get to size out my nail tips. With nail tips, the smaller the number, the bigger the tip. So, this is a size 0, which is way too damn big. And this is a size 14, which is like baby nail small. Baby cat update. Next week is her 2nd birthday. Yep, her birthday is next Saturday. And she's starting school on Tuesday, preschool. Where it's kind of a hybrid, yeah, I know, right, Gray? It's kind of a hybrid daycare / preschool. It's based on the French junior kindergarten model. And it's really promising. It's looking really promising. Okay, so I normally wear a 2, but it looks like in this set, a 3 might actually fit my thumbs better. No, I think I'll go with my usual 2. Instead of my normal MallowCat glue, I'm going to try out this glue gel this week. I'm just going to get all my tips sized out here. Actually, strangely enough, maybe I need a 1 on my right hand. Yeah. To go over my gel overlay, I definitely need a 1 on the right. Usually wear a 5 on both index fingers. Your kid would have been 2 in October. I have not been able to get the cats out of the new cat bed long enough to wash it. And I am so sorry for that, Gray. I unfortunately know all too well what pregnancy loss feels like. And yeah. I don't know how much it means or if it's any comfort, but I know all too well what that feels like, and if you need anybody to talk to, I'm here. Wash the bed with a minute. I could. Alright, looks like 5 on the index finger, 5 on the middle finger, and 4 on the ring finger. Are we going to be the same on the right hand? Looks like we might be. Not a 4 on the ring finger, a 6 on the ring finger. So when you're sizing them, you want it to go from sidewall to sidewall and almost disappear at the cuticle area. So again, this fits. Actually, this one's a little bit too small. As you can see, there's some gapping in the sidewalls. So let's see if a 4 fits better on that finger. I'll make Baby Cat some dinner soon. Yep. If you want to do eggs and toast for her, just as something simple, see this one, this fits a lot better. It fits sidewall to sidewall and disappears at the cuticle. Your stepkids are 14 and 15. Yeah, fair enough. Now this one's too big. You can see that it comes down onto the skin instead of being flush to the sidewall. So that means rather than my usual 9 that I take, in this set I might need a 10. And actually, the 10's a little big too. That's unusual. Let's try an 11. That's better. Right. Looks like a 10 fits on the right. And 2 steps on 17 and 19. They might come around, they might not. You never know with step kids. It can be pretty hit or miss. Now with this type of glue, apparently you want to fill in the tip. And then just a little bit on the nail itself to make sure that you get the free edge. And I'm going to get my flash cure lamp prepared. There we go. Full coverage, no bubbles, and flash cure. Ooh, little heat spike. Ouch. Ouch! Fuck you! Yeah, I've used Loctite. A spray chemical you can use to accelerate it, yeah? What do you do? Don't spray glue accelerator where the glue remains. Ooh! Ouch! That does not sound fun. Try that again. Alright, no major bubbles or voids. Flash cure. Okay, good. No heat spike on that one. Do not use your little lamp to fully cure. This is for your flash cure that basically saves your project. You need one of these to properly cure your nails. Improperly cured product leads to acrylate allergies, which leads to lifelong problems if you ever need to get surgery. Because surgical glue is made of acrylates. Butter is rather expensive, and we cook a lot of eggs. On special occasions, we use butter. I'm actually rather a fan of saving my bacon grease for cooking my eggs. I just don't have bacon grease at the minute because it's been a while since we made bacon. Now, when I'm coming in with these nails, I'm coming in at a 45-degree angle just before the cuticle and then pushing it back and gently laying it down. That's how I'm preventing major air bubbles in this glue. I'm not putting a lot of pressure. It's literally just enough pressure for the glue to catch. You push too hard, you get spillage, and spillage leads to lifting. Lifting leads to a nicolysis, and a nicolysis leads to fungal infections that can cause you to lose the entire nail plate for the next 2 years. Ooh, military story with gray. I'm going to pause the upcoming ad just so that we can hear this. When the military goes out for field training, you have to feed everybody. Yep. Coming at a 45-degree angle, pushing back towards the cuticle, and then down. Just enough pressure for the glue to catch. You have your own cooks and kitchen staff. Yep. Right. Now I can go into the light for a full cure. Happened to be gone for your annual training, and during that time you had units from all over the states with you. Yep. Your unit is from North Carolina. This is going to be interesting. You end up with a unit of cooks from Maine. Oh no. I've been to Maine. They're the reason why everybody thinks white people think salt is spicy. You had to explain to them what collards were. Wow. I don't have anything else to say to that, but wow. That was the same year you had a unit from Guam with you. Holy shit. Of course they did. I'm going to do a little bit of cuticle cleanup with my electric file. I'm just going to put the E-file at like 7,000 RPM. And I'm just using a polishing bit. I just want to clean up the glue spillage and blend the cuticle and sidewall areas. Maybe buff up the nail so that my product will stick better. When I actually add my colors and such. They cooked a pig in the ground all 3 weekends you're on duty. Perfect. That's the way you gotta do it. That's the way you gotta do it. I'm gonna kick up to 10K here. I'm just gonna go on the edge here, and actually I'll get that with my hand file here in a minute. You now have several friends from Guam, and it has nothing to do with that pig at all. Of course not. Yeah, go ahead and send me the link, Amalga, because I suddenly need to use the washroom, so I'll be right back. Got a 4 terabyte external SSD, give up the ghost out of nowhere. I had a 14 terabyte external hard drive just die out of nowhere. That's why I wasn't able to just transfer all of my streams set up to the new PC, because the hard drive I was doing it with just randomly, no warning. And now I remember why I don't ever buy Seagate. 14 terabytes. 14 terabytes of just streaming data. So yeah, needless to say, I remembered why I never buy Seagate after that incident. Hopefully yours wasn't a Seagate, because just try getting Seagate to live up to their warranty after the inevitable failure of their hardware. It was a Toshiba. I'm surprised. I haven't had much trouble with Toshibas. Toshiba and Western Digital have been my go-to pretty much since I started when I was 16, so 20 years now? If you can pronounce it in English, it's probably garbage true. BabyCat's enjoying the scrambled eggs. She loves her scrambled eggs. If you can't get her to eat, give her a scrambled egg. She's usually pretty good and she's not picky. But toddler's gonna toddler sometimes. I think I'm gonna put a different band on here. I put there. I'm gonna put my 80 back on just for a little bit. I've got some spots of spillage that are being difficult. There we go, that's better. I don't have to buff the nails too much because they are soft gel nail tips. So when I get in here with my product, it should stick because gel loves gel. Gel is a narcissist. It loves itself. It is attracted to itself. It will stick to itself like Gaston sticks to a mirror. There's no reason not to give it a little bit of a helping hand. Look into a game called Pugmire. I will. I will. There's not a lot of cuticle cleanup that I have to do with these tips. I'm impressed. I haven't used these ones before. These are the Model 1's Instant Apex Full Cover Tips in the medium almond shape. I really only have to clean up spillage. The cuticle area on the tips themselves is pretty much pre-blended. These are definitely very beginner-friendly nail tips. Okay. Now, because I did wash my hands, no, I save up for my hard drives because I need that capacity because of what I do and because I don't ever delete any raw files. I save everything if I can. It's just a habit. And it served me well a couple of times because I have gotten into minor drama in the past where keeping backups of my VODs offline came in very handy. Yeah, having a supportive and understanding partner also helps. You glad other people are not in the same position. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. It's helpful way to look at it. Is everything okay out there, Maggie? Are we in tantrum mode or are we in need help mode? Baby cat threw away her bread after eating her eggs and now she's demanding your food. That sounds like toddler stuff. She was very clear. Toddler and toddler. What can I say? There's not really much else to it in that case, Maggie. Toddler gonna toddler. Now, when it comes to the actual art, I did these swatches the other day and I decided I'm going to go with 36 for the main strawberry background. That is this. This came from Temu and I would not use it on my bare nail plate because it came from Temu, but over a tip, it's going to be fine. Yeah, same gray, same. And then I'm going to use P461, which is this glow-in-the-dark green, to make leaves. So here's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know if it will work out. Anyway. A little alcohol on my tip of my brush. And just a small, tiny bead of the glow in the dark. And that's going to go right against the cuticle area, but not touching the skin. That'll be kind of in underneath. Oops, I should not have my brushes there. I just almost cured my brushes. I don't remember what I was saying, Maggie. Too many things have happened in the meantime. Not your fault. Let's see. Now that's just the background leaf. Now I'm going to come in with the 36. I'm going to use a square brush, because for some reason I've just been really liking square brushes for being able to get a nice even layer of the poly gel. And the alcohol also works as like what they call slip solution, which helps the gel to slip on and over itself. Oops, I'm not in frame. Call me out if I'm explaining stuff and I'm not in frame. Nail art is a very visual craft to learn. You don't want to not be able to see what I'm doing. Get some more alcohol. I'm using 90% alcohol today, but it is diluted down. You don't want to use too high of a proof of rubbing alcohol because it can break down the gel too much, and then you can get adhesion issues. Now, my initial plan with this was that I was going to do the gel under the extension, but then I was like, it's from Temu. I don't really know if I want the increased possibility of getting it onto my skin. So it's going over the top instead. There we go. That's 60 seconds, not 30. Be thankful it wasn't in the right. Yeah. I am. I know that feeling, Amalga. I know where you and Gray are coming from. It's, I also was raised to take care of everybody else before myself, and it's something that, with a lot of therapy and a lot of help from Maggie, I am learning to overcome. Part of the reason that I'm even doing my nails today and have had the time to put in enough practice to get to where I am, to be able to do more in-depth designs, is literally because Maggie has been there supporting me, telling me, buy the ridiculous nail color kit if you want to. Buy the, as long as the bills are paid, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do something for yourself. And when Maggie says it, I actually kind of believe it. That it is okay and maybe even right for me to want to do things that are for me. But having a supportive partner who's like, don't fucking buy me any more gifts until you've bought something for yourself, Mallow, has helped. Something, Maggie. Strawberry. It's a poorly sculpted strawberry, but it's a strawberry. Stop reading a book to tell you how much she was enjoying it. Well, maybe tell me how much she's enjoying the book later, when she's not demanding that it be read to her. Okay. Using the nail tip as a guide for the polygel was a good experiment. I'll have to remember that one. Enjoy the sugary goodness, Gray. Polygel can have a sticky layer to it, even when it's totally cured. Take a little rubbing alcohol and let's see. I have a few different sticker sheets that would be well suited to this set. Let's see. those ones. And these ones, which are very similar. And I have vlogs. And then these ones are super cute. They look kind of embroidered. And then I was thinking possibly too bright. Oh, cute. Maybe something a bit more jelly. Some jelly butterflies. Are those butterflies? No. I think that's just gotta find my tweezers. Have had some tweezers somewhere. Oh well. Yes. We have to be very careful while applying them. Which ones do I like best? I think I might primarily wind up using these stickers. Which means I might need more than one sheet. This is a lot easier to do with tweezers. Sorry, I'm going to be off frame for just a minute. edge sticky off of the sticker sheet. So maybe I can properly hear you. Not want to stick it there. It's okay. Put a little base coat. This is going to act like a glue when I start putting rhinestones on. I have these rhinestones. Stickers still stuck to me. And my wax pencil. Oops. I hear you. I'm not 100% sold on the rhinestones on the top, but yeah, I'm gonna get rid of those. I think it's because they're red. I think I specifically do not like the red ones. Sorry, what do you need? Yeah, she can have a fruit snack. If she hasn't had any today, she can have up to 2 little treats a day, and one fruit snack counts as 1 little treat. I'm gonna try this with the green ones. Sorry about that. I didn't see the message. I don't have my headphones on. Here, I have my headphones on now. Use a sound alert to get my attention. I'll try to make sure I have my headphones on. Okay. Now. instead of doing a line, I'm going to do a little like sort of round, I guess, right in the edge. My square brush and put that rhinestone back where it belongs, in the glue with the others. Flash cure. I think I like that a little bit better, but I don't know if I'm going to do a whole lot more with rhinestones. Definitely need to give that a stronger cure to get the sticker to lay flat. Incoming ad, by the way. About 30 seconds. You're not going to miss much. I'm just going to do top coat on the thumbnail. So I do have this. I'll do something with that. Yeah, I'll do something with that. It's, yeah, 90 glitter liner gel. This one looks like it's pink. It's number 287. Why is my model so non-responsive today? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to use this pink liner gel. Oop. Way too much gel on that brush. I'm going to use the pink liner gel to actually give a bit of a better demarcation between the strawberry and the leaves. I don't know if that's going to help at all. That's any green border. Purple. It's yellow. I'm sure there was green in this kit, but everything all discombobulated in my work area right now. Hmm. Use a lint-free wipe here. Just gonna put some silver glitter down. I'm gonna use that as a palette because I don't currently. This is a good liner. There we go. That'll provide. That's what I was looking for. That will provide just the little bit of contrast that I needed. Oops. Just a little to accent the space between the leaves and the strawberry. That aside so it's not in the way of the light. See if she's still hungry. Find her some other kind of snack to eat. Like, try letting her eat some frozen strawberry banana blend or something like that. Without muting it first. Like, give it to her like a popsicle treat, but like in a bowl when she can grab the fruit on her own. You know what I mean? And for top coat, I'm using my usual Maley glossy top coat. And I'm doing the underbelly as well. Because this is so transparent, I want to make sure that it's not going to get gross and crusty under there. Yeah, probably for the best, Maggie. Maggie, calm down. I don't know what's going on out there, but... Alright, number 1. I think I'm going to do the color on all of these 4 hands, and then go in with the stickers, because this was she's eating the fruit? Okay. Down here. Over the nail plate. Okay. 60 seconds there. Today's been rough for all of us, yeah. It has been. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm in danger.
Oh. Hi, Gray. I'm gonna be right back. I think I know where my nail art palettes are. Okay, never mind. I am not that clever. I did not know where my nail art palettes are. But I did find this piece of vinyl sticker that I was going to use to make nail art palettes. So, I might as well cut a palette-sized piece off of this vinyl sticker. So an after 4 program is what I guess the local community center calls its after school program for the kids. Kind of a childcare thing. What we would have called back in the 80s and 90s a latchkey care program. Put a blob of the green polygel there. Much. That's going to be too much. That's okay. Baby cat ate the fruit and is still crying for voucher snacks. I mean, of course she's going to cry for candy if it's there. You can put the boxes of the fruit snacks in the cupboard in the kitchen. And ooh, I may take a moment to actually open those Amazon boxes after all if I can find the privacy stamp to conceal the address. Or maybe I'll just turn around. One of the boxes has trail mix bars in it. We can give her a trail mix bar. Yeah. Baby sees candy, baby wants candy. All right. course it was at the very bottom of the box that was on the very bottom of the stack. And of course, there's a reason candy is packaged in bright colors. Radiation! Yeah, that's one of the many reasons. Let's see. With this one. Two. Some flowers down at the tip. And this one. If I can get it off the page. Silicone tool here. Press the sticker down. And I'm going to take my palette that I'm using. It's more of this silver glitter out that I've been using for the accents. This silver glitter is old. Old and gloopy. That's okay. I just need to be able to accentuate the line between the leaves and the actual strawberry. And maybe I'll add some glitter to the strawberry that the cat is holding too. Maybe the flowers. Your wife made you put up the laundry before she'd fork over the sugary goodness. I don't know, Maggie. I've offered you rewards to take a shower and it still doesn't happen. A washed penis is a licked penis, okay? Crack that with a file. She used the same trick on you that she used on the kids. I mean, if it works, it works. I forgot to move my nail palette. Well, at least that didn't cure. Silver. Baby cat's trying to pull the tablecloth off the table. Well, that one needs to be washed anyway. Crazy. My lamp just died. Not my nail lamp, the one that I'm using to light my table. Oh, plug it in. But I've got to wait before I can plug it in. 17 more seconds. I need both hands. Jumping on my shit. That's better. The sticker that I put down on the end here is a little bit too big. I'm just gonna snip a little bit off with my cuticle scissors. And go back in with another layer of top coat to make sure that it's fully sealed and encapsulated. And the bottom two. Again, this is just my normal iMaily no wipe top coat. If someone offered you brownies with Cadbury cream eggs, the original ones with the good cream, and wanted you to do a chore in exchange, you're going to do it because you want the sweet, sweet chocolate. Same. I mean, depending on the chore, of course. But same. Everyone has a price, and my price is chocolate. Indoctrination by proxy? Maybe. Number one, number two. Come on, focus. Camera, please focus. Almost. Come on. It's too shiny. Come on, camera. You can do it. There we go. There's that one. And there's that one. See if it'll focus. Come on. I get better pictures of all the nails at the end. Yeah, you've got a point. Welcome back, Amaga. I have had this cup longer than I have had my relationship with Maggie. It was a gift from somebody back when I was still associated with National Novel Writing Month. And I still use it regularly. You get this half-cured mess off of here. Since I decided to go and be a dumbass and leave it in front of the lamp. Yeah. Where in the hell did my brush go? just have it. I guess I'll have to use a different brush until I find it. It would help if I took the dust cover off of the brush before I attempted to use it. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. When we made the advertisement saying we were looking for someone who could tell us how many natural satellites Earth had, and a bunch of responses saying Earth had tons of satellites. Natural satellites, you fucking morons! Words have meanings, and that is precisely why we put that question in the ad. To make sure that we were going to get somebody who could actually read, because that's an essential part of the job that we were offering. But no, we got people who couldn't read, think, or count. Why are humans? Oh, that's not even mallow aggression. That's mallow passive aggression. You don't want to see mallow aggression. Things like that are why aliens won't visit us. They'll catch the stupid. No, nothing scares Glitch Mallow. Glitch Mallow comes out to protect everybody else from mallow aggression. Glitch is the safety valve. An essential safety valve. And that's all we're going to say about that. And as for why aliens don't visit Earth, well, that's certainly why I don't want to stick around any longer than I have to. I can feel the death of my brain cells the longer I'm trapped on this godforsaken rock. There we go. It's nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. To get this little driplet off the tip. Right. Now this blob that came off that nail should actually be about the right amount to do the pinky nail in a similar way. Every generation loses more and more intelligence, and that's not in your I'm getting old and senile. Yeah. Unless the whole wormhole thing comes to pass in Naga, but yeah, that's a wait and see at the moment. Yes, I was talking to my mother about that the other day. Social media was supposed to bring us together, but it's only made us more stupid and isolated than ever before. And I say that as part of the generation that invented social media. More than just TikTok being a mistake, Amalga, social media in general has been mishandled, misused, and abused. Pretty much everything post MySpace was a mistake. And even that might be being generous to MySpace. You're obsessing over them still, Maggie. Let Penn and Teller go. They're not worth this much rent-free mental real estate that they're taking up. For your own mental health, let it go. Be like Elsa and let it go. This lobby, there we go. Let me give you some advice. About people that annoy you, Maggie. People who annoy you, especially people who have made their career out of annoying people like you, they are literally after the attention. You're giving them what they want by letting them take up all that mental real estate. And why would you give a narcissist what they want? What is the purpose of letting these people have what they want and take up that mental real estate? You're letting them win and making yourself miserable in the process. It's the same reason why you shouldn't dwell on ex-lovers or abusive family members. It only serves to hurt you in the end. We have the entirety of hundreds upon thousands of libraries from a keyboard, but Aunt Chelsea's photo of supper on Facebook is more important. Aristotle would have a stroke where you can see what we think. Not wrong. If you're eating at a restaurant and you share a photo of what you're eating to review the restaurant, that's one thing, but Aunt Chelsea's lunch is not worth a restaurant quality review. You got that right, Maggie. Aunt Chelsea can't cook anyway. Remember, she burnt the potato salad. Photos of food, yeah, photos of food from restaurants, or like if you've tried a new recipe and you want to share it, that's one thing. But a random no context dinner photo because you want to be an influencer? Influence my asshole, Aunt Chelsea. You don't need to see Aunt Chelsea's recreation of the Last Supper done in garlic bread. Neither do I. Her impression of Michelangelo's David in Texas Toast was far superior. Why is this sticker bringing half the plastic backing with it? Oh no, it rips. Okay, well, that one's no good. I mean, if you're offering to cook it, I'll take you to Fairway Market and help you pick out a duck. Especially if I get to keep the carcass to make broth out of after. sticker. One sticker. I wish I knew my tweezers had gone. Got it. There we go. This one. Do palette, silver. Any photos of food other than advertising or self-worth is just self-aggrandizing. Mm-hmm. You do. I'm actually gonna have time to like watch you stream too, Gray, because Baby Cat's gonna be going to preschool. Wouldn't that be something if I actually show up to one of your streams? Hard to find time to stream with family and work. Don't I know it? I'm gonna flash cure this to save it. And then looks like I've gone over on my sidewall on that nail, which is fine. I can file that away. Let's see. Stickers. Okay, I want to add frogs, or do I want to stick with the kitties? I think the style of the frogs is not going to match. Do want this little bumblebee kitty. One. pinky nail. I'm going to add bow. And add the bow to that nail. And one of these little cottagecore cats down here. Just for funsies, I'm going to put a thin little bit of silver glitter on top of this bow sticker. And on the wings, a little bumblebee too. Gotta change a diaper. Fair enough. Hey, I did diamonds painting the other week and I got a pretty good turnout for it. I think that your wife will have a lot of fun live streaming. Like, I'm surprised there was such a market for diamond painting and jigsaw puzzles too. She's into jigsaw puzzles. She was in a 20-year-long relationship before you, but the first guy croaked. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm really sorry to hear that. Death eventually comes for us all, and it's very rarely convenient when it does. It couldn't have happened to a more deserving person. Okay, well, fair enough. That changes things. You knew him before the two of you were hitched? I'm actually only giving this 60 seconds, not 120, because I need to check. Yeah, that's what I thought. The skirt on this sticker won't stay down. Well, it is almost 7 o'clock, and she's been wanting like closer to a 7:30 bedtime rate lately rather than her usual 8 o'clock. So she might just need more sleep lately. And put that on for 60 seconds and then stick here. Should hopefully get that stuck down. There. Again, hold that down. Yeah, if she is that upset, take her for an early night-night. No rush, Maggie. Take however long you need to. This first hand is almost done. I just have a little bit of cleanup to do where that sticker wouldn't go down. Wish I knew. Where the hell? The tweezers are gone. Whoops.
No, this way, baby cat. It's bedtime.
Night night, baby cat. Never understand why kids fight sleep. It's fear of missing out. They don't know yet that what goes on while they're sleeping is just as boring as what goes on when they're awake. Okay, well, overspill. Hi, baby cat. Look, what do you think?
Baby cat, come on, back to bed. I had to grab my phone.
Shiny? Are they pretty?
Baby cat,
You like them?
baby cat, it's
Give her a
bedtime.
minute. Give her a minute. She's admiring the artwork.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, lamp. That's right. Lamp.
Yeah.
No, you can't get up. I can't
Baby-
pick you up right now.
Baby cat, no.
No, don't touch that. Okay, come get her, Maggie.
Baby cat, it's bedtime.
Night, night, baby. My top coat layer on this nail in particular is going to be a little bit thicker than usual just because the skirt didn't want to lay down flat. So I want to make sure it's good and encapsulated so it doesn't get caught on my hair or on baby cat's hair or on anything else. You have the most not boring sleep. The hydroxyzine gives you some interesting dreams. Yeah. I have some wild anxiety-induced nightmares sometimes. I will say, though, that the only time since I was a little cat, a mini marshmallow myself, that I have actually up and sleepwalked during one of my anxiety nightmares was while I was pregnant with baby cat. And I don't even know if I told Maggie that this happened because I was pretty embarrassed at the time, but now I think it's funny. I was having this nightmare that, and this was while I was pregnant, so, and before we even knew that we were having a baby girl. It was that early. And I'd had to quit smoking catnip during the pregnancy. And so I'm having this dream that the baby's already here and walking and like about the age that baby cat is now. Yeah, no worries, Maggie. So I was having a dream that baby cat was about the age that baby cat is now. Was tall enough to reach the door locks and stuff. And I had this dream that baby cat had managed to get outside. And in my dream, I was like trying to find the baby. And this was just at the time, just this nebulous idea of the baby. So, like I said, baby cat wasn't here yet. And I woke up. Thankfully, I think I didn't get very far because I woke up stark ass bare butt naked on the patio. Naked and 6 months pregnant on the patio. Like, oh, okay, good thing it's dark out. It's not the way one wants to wake up. I am again using this squeeze glue. We'll see how this glue holds up, because I haven't used this glue before except as a rhinestone glue. I usually use my MallowCat solid gel glue for my extensions, but I can't find it today, so you don't think you've ever sleepwalked? Wife's told you occasionally scream in your sleep and she pulls you out of it. Yeah, it's my father used to scream in his sleep too. There's theories about why that may have happened. You sleepwalked once. You had managed to make it to the driveway and almost booked it. Knowing what I know about your family, though, I don't blame you for trying to book it. I used to sleepwalk when I was little, and apparently if you sleepwalked as a child, you're more likely to sleepwalk during life changes like pregnancy, menopause, all those wonderful things that change your hormonal makeup. It was during a very stress. Yeah, stress can induce sleepwalking too. That's why I literally said, knowing your family, I cannot blame Sleep You for trying to book it. You don't exactly have the most stress-free home life. You never have had the most stress-free home life. I put the thumbnail on crooked. It's so bad. I might have to take it off and reapply. Supposedly, they say if you do your dominant hand first, it's easier. You do it before you get tired. I can never remember to do that when I'm filming. You've been known to have seizures in your sleep, but it's never caused major problems that you know of. You were accused of bedwetting in boot camp and had no idea how the bed got that way. You can only assume you seized and lost bladder control. Hey, that happens. That happens. All right, now we can do the full care and the big lamp. You can never do your nails yourself. Your left hand is too shaky. Your right hand always looks like shit where the other one looks professional. It takes a lot of practice to be able to paint offhanded. Luckily, technically I'm ambidextrous, but because I was forced to use my right hand exclusively in school, I do my writing and painting tasks right-handed most of the time. So when it comes to like painting, handwriting, etc., I consider my right hand my dominant hand. But I actually eat left-handed. I play guitar left-handed. And I play baseball left-handed. So you play your drums from the right when a lot of people play from the left. Fair. I think with some clever sculpting, I might be able to. No. I don't think I can. Yeah, maybe. Okay. I'm gonna have to be creative, but that's okay. Why would I be doing my nails if I didn't want to get creative? Borrow the cable from my, unless I have, no, I don't have another cable over here. Again, hopefully. This is fine. Everything's fine. I'm not about to lose my ever-loving mind or anything. I am going to have a mask on for a few minutes. So if I sound a little muffled, that's why. At least it's only a paper mask. when you're using your electric file left-handed, always use it in reverse. The handedness of your file is based on the hand that you are using it in, not the hand that is normally the dominant hand. A lot of it comes from when you had seizures as a kid. At one point you were paralyzed on the left side. Yeah, that'd do it. You still have poor peripheral vision from the left eye and very poor awareness from that side. It's one of the reasons you have so much math trouble and when reading and language skills are top notch. Yeah. There's no empirical data to back this up. You believe that an epileptic fit like that rewires the brain. Whatever part of the brain was damaged, compensated by... I mean, that makes sense. Like people like to say, like, stuff like, oh, well, it's a myth that people that have sensory disabilities have higher capabilities in other areas. Well, no, it's not a myth. It's something that science can't explain because there's no method that should cause it in most people's brains. But I can tell you from experience that I have a very heightened vibrational sense compared to people who have full hearing faculties. I have a higher sense of smell too, which made pregnancy super fun because pregnancy also enhances your sense of smell. Estrogen is fun like that. But, you know, anecdotally, I can say that whether it is something that just happens or something that you develop out of necessity, when you have something going on, like the brain has its ways of compensating for deficits and damage. Like, there was one year at Pumpkin Show where I refused to get on a ride. And the person that I was with was really upset, and the operator was like trying to convince me to go on with my friend. And I was like, I am not getting on that ride. And the ride operator's boss was actually there and was like, first of all, don't ever force a scared child onto a ride they don't want to get on. Second of all, you can tell something's bothering this kid. And he turns to me and goes, why don't you want to get on this ride? I seen you ride it 3 times yesterday. And I said, well, sir, something doesn't feel right in the vibrations. And he said, what do you mean? He said, I don't know, but the ground near this ride is shaking and I don't like it. And he looks at me and goes, you wear hearing aids, don't you? Yeah. Shut down this ride. There were 3 bolts loose. I probably saved some lives that day. Do I feel TV waves? Not quite. Not quite. I sort of, if something like a fluorescent light bulb, or especially the old school CRTs, people that still have them, I feel like a crackle up the back of my neck when they're turned on. But I'm referring to literal, like, acoustic vibrations. I can feel bass notes that other people can't hear. Feel that crackle too? Uh, you feel it in your pitch, yeah. You won't ride anything like that. You don't trust the traveling stuff. One wrong bolt can kill somebody. The risk is too high. Yeah. Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't ride that stuff anyway unless I could see the safety inspection from that same show. But this was like 1999 when this happened. I was a kid. I didn't know any better then. I was just a 10-year-old kid. Even at theme parks, I question the safety these days, you know? Like, you just hear so many disasters happening because park managers want to cut corners. You did your senior paper on theme park safety? I don't know about here in Canada either. I do know that I hear most of the horror stories coming out of the States. And, like, I grew up in Ohio, which has a lot of theme parks. We had Six Flags, we had Keys Island, we had Wyandotte Lake, and, like, all those places have had disasters now. I don't even know if some of these places are even still in operation. Come to think of it, I haven't heard of Wyandotte Lake in a good 15 years. I don't even know if they're still going. They were a big one. They were up by the zoo in Cincinnati, if I remember correctly. It's different in all states. Yeah. Back from ads. People think parks just throw a tarp on the ride in the off season. There's a lot of work. There's supposed to be a lot of work. There's supposed to be a lot of work. There's another one. I don't have any personal experience with it. It was in a different state. I can't remember which state it was in, but it was called Action Park, and people literally nicknamed it Lawsuit Park because of how many deaths there were. Like, if they're doing it right, they're tearing down, rebuilding, and inspecting everything in the off season. Unfortunately, not everybody's doing it right. You've seen older coasters that have a pair of extra wheels on the back of the train. Yep, that is a safety feature. I'm just filing the points a little, because this hand came out a little sharp for some reason. Hate people that claim you can get stuck upside down in a loop on a coaster. That's not even possible. Yeah. All right. Etched, cleaned, and primed. Ciao. Brush. I've literally got my chair pumped up to a higher level. I've got my feet propped up so that I can use my knees to support my elbows right now. It's very important to make sure that elbows are supported properly. Keep your hands steady. Since I don't have a very big desk, because the living quarters and the space station are tiny, it makes more sense to use my knees as support. Some gel down here into the sidewall without flooding the sidewall with glitter. That's all. If you're stuck in a lift hill, your Ascot's got staved from death. Yep. You're supposed to stop in the lift hill if something's wrong. The escape route stairs on the side are there for aesthetics, I guess. This rant brought to you by many years of roller coaster tycoon. Oops. Got distracted by a hair stuck in one of my nails. So, I have crap stuck in my nails in the primer, so I'm just going to attempt to clean that off here. Reapply primer. Alright. Now, in the interest of not being here for 10 hours, I'm going to attempt to do 4 nails here. I'm going to attempt to do all 4 of these nails and then get straight into the lamp. I'm working with a slightly drier brush on the left hand. because ironically, stickier gel, even though it's harder to get it smooth, it's easier to control and get it to go where you want it to go. Just going to do the sculpting fairly dry, and then little all there. Get that to flow down into the side. Now just clean up and smooth with extra alcohol. Go. Let that dry. Same, I'm sold on the title alone. Oh, Amalga! You're going to be on this plane of existence during Halloween time. You want to go to Gailey Farms and do the haunted house with me? I can't take Baby Cat. She's too little for the haunted house. But I want to go. I didn't go last year. You know you want to... I know you want to go to the haunted house? Yeah, that's what I thought. Last time we went to Gailey Farms together, we did the corn maze and the hayride, and it was fun, but I want to do the haunted house. The one for grown-ups, not the one inside the corn maze. Nothing wrong with the one for the kiddos in the corn maze. It's just not the same. I want to be chased by a slasher with a chainsaw, damn it. We should see if the escape room is still running too, and maybe one day while Baby Cat's at school. Yeah, I think to get a sweet pumpkin, we'll have to go to the grocery store. I think they only do the, like, big cooking pumpkins at Gailey Farms. Tiny little. There. Polygel here. Here you. All right, book here. And did we? Yeah, I think we eventually used all the pumpkin puree. There might be a couple of bags still in the bottom of the freezer. I think we did eventually use it all. I used some of it to make soup at one point. We used it just to give to Baby Cat as like a vegetable source when she was learning to eat solid foods. Uh, I made pumpkin burgers. I made pumpkin burgers, sloppy joes with it. At one point, I've used the pumpkin as a natural sweetener in like some other fall soups and stuff. When Baby Cat was having those stomach issues last year, we were giving her a lot of the pumpkin puree to like force her stomach to start moving again. And it was really good to have so much pumpkin while she was doing that because it the laxative that the doctor gave us helped a lot, but it also gave her diarrhea. But then when we take down the dose without something to replace it, then she'd get stopped up again. And it was really rough on her and it was rough on us. So we ended up, whenever we would reduce the dosage of the laxative, we would give her more pumpkin in her diet for a couple of days just to make sure that she wouldn't get stopped up again. Pumpkin is really good for upset tummies, for critters as well as for babies. You just have to be really careful if you're using store-bought pumpkin puree that it doesn't have any artificial sweeteners in it, especially xylitol. Xylitol is super, super toxic for critters. Closed captions read super toxic as super toxic. Welcome back, Maggie. I have a little bit of cuticle cleanup work to do on this thumb. So I'm going to be putting my mask back on. I'm not going to use the filter because it's only going to be a few seconds, but I, excuse me, will have my mask on. In about 13 seconds. What are the other ones? Oddly enough, the other ones look okay. Mm. Okay. My detail work when it comes to polygel is not the world's greatest. It's okay. This is a surprisingly thick polygel. Hard to work with. I'll get better at it as time goes on. Take this mask off. How many nails do we have left to do? I'm just finished. I'm just gotta work on the right hand. I'm doing the leaf detailing on the right hand right now. And then I can get into stickers and accents. I wonder if I should actually be using a sculpting tool instead of a brush to do this. But it's a little bit too late for that revelation now. I don't know enough of the words to that song, which is probably for the best. Right, now I can get my liner brush and outline my strawberry leaves. This is not going to get the whole 120 seconds. Don't worry. Needs about 30 seconds. Just to... And... Come here, you. Last time I did this, I wiped off the sticky layer from the polygel before placing the stickers down. I think this time I'm actually going to leave the sticky to sticker. I wish I knew that my tiny little tweezers were gone. This would be so much easier with them. What? Jesus fucking Christ. You need something, Magic? Thought the Rickroll would be funny and it turned out to be a bad idea. Yeah, probably not the best thing to do to Rickroll somebody when they're trying to get nail stickers to stick down. I'm disappointed that those, like, cottagecore-ish ones aren't sticking and conforming to the nails very well. They were so cute. And that nail came out cute anyway. Couple of pointy bits that I'll have to file down. Give me a second. Files over here. Gently file down some of the sharp bits from where the other sticker wouldn't adhere properly. One final top coat really helps seal in the gaps. Cover up the dusties. These stickers are just too thick. Plastic is too thick. That's fine. The other stickers are very cute too. I think these stickers will work better over something that's maybe not polygel. like if I was doing flat polish over the soft gel tips. Struggled with that one and had some overspill. Cuticle nippers and get this sticker out of there. Alright, I'm wearing a mask. It's a little messy, but it could be worse. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do sticker. And this sticker. Yeah, see, these ones are much thinner and they're actually going on without any fuss. It just would have looked better if I hadn't struggled so much with it at first. That you can tell in person that I struggled with that one, which is not anything to be ashamed of. Like, sometimes the stickers and the paint just don't want to cooperate. That's okay. Perfection is neither expected nor required. Come on, sticker. Layered 3 stickers there. And pinky nail. I haven't decided what I'm going to do on my ring finger yet. But on my pinky nail, I definitely want one of these kitties laying against a giant piece of cake. Come on, you. Oh. Come on. Come on. I think this would be so much easier if I hadn't lost my tweezers. It'll do. Strawberry. Okay. All right, 120 seconds, and then fix up the. Excuse me. Oh, we have an ad starting very, very shortly. Like 30 seconds shortly. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. You got this song stuck in my head.
Fuck it all. Don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it all.
Thank you.
Fuck it all. Flip the table, screw you all.
Thank you for getting my attention with the sound alert. I will drink water and stretch as soon as my hands are out. Don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it all, fuck it all. Flip the table, slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. You can all fuck off. Opinions never bothered me anyway. There's a stretch. And water. Let one go, let one go. Can't hold it in anymore. Let one go, let one go. And watch them all run for the door. I don't care how it's going to smell. Let my ass rage on. IBS never bothered me anyway. I am so bad at not flooding my cuticles and sidewalls when I'm working on my right hand. I really am doing my best, but little flippy flap there needs to be trimmed away. Okay. I'm going to just moisten a lint-free pad here. Even though it's no white top coat, I am going to give it a little wipe, just because sometimes it can still be a teeny bit sticky, especially working over layers and layers of polygel like this. All right. I'm gonna wash my digits and come back and apply some cuticle oil and some moisturizer and do a reveal. Finally get this mask off. Oof. All right. Whew. My fingers are clean. I'm gonna put a few things away. And then once those things are put away, a little cuticle oil and reveal. I should have used a sculpting kit like that for some of the stuff I was doing. I think probably would have been easier. Weigh the mask. Weigh those. Put my e-file bit back in the container. Never store your e-file without a bit in the chuck. Always have a bit in it. It helps the chuck health. With gel brushes, you want to store them with a little bit of gel in the bristles. It actually helps keep them conditioned. With acrylic, you want to store them totally clean. With gel, you actually want to store them slightly dirty. And then clean right before use. I don't remember the explanation why. I was given an explanation why. I just don't remember it at the minute. But it does something for the health of the bristles. I love this sticker book. It's so convenient because I can keep my stickers organized this way. Is Baby Cat with me? No, not at the minute. I like being able to see what stickers that I have, and it's also really convenient to actually store a few sheets of the same sticker together. So like with some of these, like especially the ones I buy on Temu, or Temu, however you want to pronounce it, I never know like when things are going to be sold out. And I don't like running out of things. So my sticker book allows me to buy like 3 or 4 sets of the same sticker and then keep them all in the same space that I could keep one sheet of stickers. So it helps me keep everything organized and safe. Ready for next time. This one has a clear cover, but you can get them with other colors. Right. I like to unplug my lamp in between uses so the Baby Cat doesn't get into it. So I got sick of the bottom falling off of my lamp. So I took 2 pieces of holographic sticker paper that I bought for actually labeling Baby Cat's school supplies. I took 2 scraps of that and stuck it on there like tape. It worked! The thing didn't fall apart for once. Right, one more small bit of housekeeping I have to... Look at all that dust that didn't get in my lungs. All right. My Model 1's cuticle oil, rose scented, my favorite. Good drip on each nail. Really want to moisturize well after working on your nails. It can really dry your shit out. Plus, gentle massage around the cuticle area helps with blood flow to heal any damage that might have been accidentally caused by the e-file or whatever. You want to get something that contains jojoba oil, because jojoba oil is the most like the natural lipid layer of the skin, so it will absorb better. This is my favorite cuticle oil. It's easy to apply. It's very pleasantly and lightly scented with some kind of fragrance oil that I'm actually not allergic to. And it's also had really good impact on my overall skin and nail health on my hands as well. Just gonna massage the rest of the cuticle oil into the rest of my hands. And then I usually go in with lotion too, but I used a little too much cuticle oil and I don't want to make my hands sticky, so I won't. I use, what's the name of the stuff? It's in its own bottle because I don't like the pump for the bottle that it comes in. The bottle that it comes in is kind of cheap, and it the bottle that it comes in is kind of cheap, and the pump breaks really quickly. These are longer than I usually wear, so I'm having some trouble typing. Flexitol for very dry skin, that's what it's called. It is, I'll just pop that in the chat, the link to the lotion. That's the link, and I keep it in this bottle because it's just my favorite bottle. What happened here? Oh well. Oh, that's just a shadow. I'm dumb. But yeah, I put it in a soap dispenser bottle because I don't like the pump on the stock bottle. And that's what I use. And like I said, I use the Model 1's cuticle oil, which I'm not going to link right now because I don't have the link right now. I'm horribly unprepared for, but by the time I do my next Salon MallowCat stream, I will have a list of links for all the main products that I use, like my base gel, my dehydrator, my primer, my top coat, my lamps, my files, my cuticle oil. I'll have something ready so I can copy and paste those links. All right. So that was the stream. We've already done 4.5 hours. Here's the nails. We've got like those embroidered cottagecore ones are super, super cute. They're really hard to work with over polygel. I love the little cake one on the end. Thumb on the right hand, yes. This is the one that I was struggling with so much because the sticker wouldn't lay flat. So I ended up changing which stickers I used. These are definitely my favorite stickers, the cottagecore embroidered ones. They're just really hard to work with. But I will have to do a design that's specifically meant for those stickers at some point. So we'll keep that in mind. My hands smell like roses. Excuse me for just. I use Rosewater hand soap, and then I put the Rosewater cuticle oil over. So now I'm just like, my hands smell like a meadow of joy. But yes, strawberry nails. All right. I'm proud of them. Anyway, bunnies, they are kitties. They are kitties. Kitties holding strawberries. And this kitty and this kitty are dressed up as bees. Little bumblebee costumes. I'm quite proud of these ones. This was a fun design to work on too. There's a few little glitches, like this sticker didn't quite go on right, but I think this is what they call perfect imperfection. Or is that perfect imperfection? Anyway, that's going to be the stream for tonight. I don't have it in me to stream anymore. But yeah, I don't know about Amalga. I did mention maybe playing Peak after stream, but I don't know if I have it in me right now. But yeah. I will see everybody next time. This was a lot of fun. Oh, it's a new month, which means it's a new schedule. The September schedule. I'll pop up here. September 6th, no stream. There may be a gorilla stream at some point that week. There may not be. September 13th will be an art stream / Salon MallowCat. I'm not going to be taking off this set until I have to, but it will be custom press-ons. So Amaga, I will be using the custom press-on making stand that you bought for me during that stream. So that'll be fun. September 20th is a game that I got for free through Prime Gaming called Pack-A-Wreck Down the Bunburrows. It'll be a blind playthrough. Then on the 27th will be Breaks Are for Losers, which I've heard a lot of fun things about. I saw Gray Still Plays play it once, I think, and it just looks like chaos and fun. And then October 4th will be Station to Station, which is another game that I got free through Prime Gaming. I'm going to try to start using my Prime Gaming benefits more. So that'll be, yeah. But anyway, that's that. We'll see you all next time. Good night.